change in weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The current time is 12:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
People, we gotta
You're
freaking
listening to
go.
NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station WXT 35, serving the Waco listening area. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a flash flood warning for Falls County in Central Texas until 30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, temporary are indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall around the warnings are forecast. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Flooding of small creeks and rivers in urban areas.
Oh my god. Alright, let's get going here.
As well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas.
Alright, should be live now. Alright, thanks for joining everybody. We are live in a tornado watch here. I'm in Waco. There's a tornado apparently down there by, what is the town? Cameron? Down there by Cameron, Texas. I'm headed to College Station. We're about an hour and 5 minutes away from College Station, so I'm gonna try to catch this thing and cut it off. So we gotta move. Barely made it in time. Barely. We will have to stop for fuel though. Thanks for joining in, everybody. We will stop for fuel whenever we can, but we got about 70 miles, so probably at this speed about an hour to get down there to College Station. Thankfully, this should be a 4-lane road the whole way, so that'll help with the traffic and everything. Obviously, you know, it's going to start raining hard, so having a 4-lane road helps, because when it starts raining hard, you guys know how this works. Everybody slows down to about 15 miles an hour under the speed limit, which I totally understand. I get it. Visibility, safety, whatever. But we're equipped with a proper vehicle, proper tires, and proper skill to move a little faster than 40 miles an hour here, so it helps out when we get the 4-lane, because when it starts raining, you know, the people with the bald tires can move over to the right lane and hydroplane over there, and the people that don't have bald tires can stay in the left lane and keep moving. So I'm pretty sure this is a 4-lane all the way down. Thank God. No, I got plenty of rest, guys. I don't do that irresponsible shit some of these kids are doing, like driving all night. We got plenty of rest. We're fine. Promise. Got no time to spare. We're actually god dang, like 20 minutes late. If I would have got going 20 minutes earlier, just 20 minutes earlier, we probably would have been down at least a little bit closer to that. I'm just gonna keep going straight down this highway. We're gonna end up a little bit behind the storm. But I don't think this is the storm. I mean, it's definitely a storm, but I don't think it's the storm. So I think we're going to have a bigger event here, maybe around 3 p.m., somewhere between College Station and Houston. I think we're going to get some supercells to fire up ahead of this line, so we just got to work our way through it. And we'll get there. one of those cases where it's like, God, I wish I would have left like 20 minutes earlier. That's all I needed was like 20 minutes. But there is a chance for some tornadoes today. Some of them could be strong, but I don't know if I'm really sold on that right now. My opinion will change as the day goes. I'll let you know if I start thinking we're seeing more favorable environment for tornadoes with big tornadoes, or a less favorable environment. But right now, I'm not sold on it. I'm really not. But we do have a tornado warning. I guess that tornado was observed by somebody at some point because it's been marked observed. So there is that. But kind of an early event today. I mean, hell, it's 12:30 p.m. Central already. But again, I think the main event here is going to be with any prefrontal supercells that might develop here out in front of this. But regardless, I think the severe weather event is really kind of just starting. We're about 45 minutes behind. But we should be able to catch up and get in front of this thing. I'm not too terribly worried about it. We're probably going to miss a tornado or two here or there, but I don't think this is going to be one of those days where there's just one tornado. I think there's going to be a couple of them. I think if we're going to get storms that produce tornadoes, I don't think it's going to be one storm. I think we're going to end up with, a couple handfuls of storms that could produce tornadoes and probably a handful that do, so we don't need to get too bent out of shape about it yet. I mean, yet. Random tree down. Some storm damage there, it looks like. There's some little debris pieces everywhere. I wonder if they had some strong wind come through here earlier. Yeah, we're going southeast out of the Waco area toward College Station. I haven't been able to post an update today. Yeah, last night was worth it for the lightning, but that was about it. Just love the stop sign in the middle, or the stoplight in the middle of nowhere here. But you know what? The stoplight turned green, so we're doing all right. That Sepco looks like a dump, so we're not going there. Freaking Nissan Sentra on the left lane here. Probably out getting groceries. No headlights on. Come on. It's like two problems. I tell you what, I don't know what it is about Texas, and maybe somebody who lives here or works for the DOT or the engineering or something for the state could maybe help me out. But I can call a spade here. I don't know who designs the road infrastructure in Texas, but there is absolutely a major drainage problem when it comes to storm runoff. Like, this road has so much water on it right now. I mean, I'm basically, you know, I've found the speed we can go here without hydroplaning, but I don't see this anywhere else. It's only Texas. Only Texas. Not joking. Only Texas. And I drive a lot of places with rain. Only Texas do I see the roads just fill up with water and not drain off. It's like they don't put a crown in the road or what, but even the brand new roads, just, they're lakes. Absolute lakes. It's like they don't care about drainage down here. I don't know if anybody has any official answers. Some people are like, oh, it's because there's no crown in the road. Well, yeah, no shit. But like, why? Maybe somebody who's an engineer down here or something can help me out with what the deal is with this, because like, just anywhere else, like, it runs right off, but in Texas, no, it sits on the road. And it's very dangerous too, honestly. Not so much dangerous if you don't, you know, if you got good tires, but if you don't have good tires, you know, bald tires or something, well, it don't take much. But I don't know what it is about Texas and these roads. And like, it's not just crappy roads, it's the fact, like, this road is like damn near brand new and it's still just full of water. Well, it's not even like, well, I mean, yeah, you're right about the storm drains. Like, I do notice fewer storm drains down here, but on top of that, like, just the road itself, it doesn't shed the water off to the shoulders like everywhere else. It's like, it's almost like it's, instead of being convex, it's almost like concave shaped at the center line or something. It's really weird. Alright, they backed that tornado warning down to radar indicated.
Toledo, Little River Academy, Troy, Rogers, Holland, Stillhouse Hollow Lake, Belton Lake, Smart, Union Grove, Ding Dong, Whitehall, Leadville, Edgeworth, and Heidenheimer. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Now let's check on your local forecast for the week. With showers and thunderstorms likely. Patchy fog. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Highs in the mid-70s. Peak winds 5 to 10 miles an hour.
Alright, so we'll just keep cruising south here. I gotta decide here in the next like 5 miles if we want to shoot.
I'm here now.
If we want
that tornado warning, doesn't look super impressive.
If we want to shoot straight to College Station, or if we want to go over to
Could be a chance for some of
I-45.
south.
and get in front of it. I think I heard most of that. I don't know if I'm going to punch through this line and just catch whatever forms in front of it, or if I'm going to try to get east of it. I'm not sure yet.
Alright, yeah, sounds good. At least for the HRRR, it has some stuff forming in front of the line, kind of the southeast, where Valley Huntsville. But it looks like that's going to take its time. Yeah, I think just getting in front of it is probably going to be a good play. Maybe you can even kind of like a little embedded supercell.
Yeah, I think we might go east to Centerville, guys. So we go east to Centerville, then we got 45, and we can drop south there. That'll keep us in line with this storm. If it produces a tornado, then basically we're going to be on it. So we've actually made it. Let me reroute. Jesus H. Christ. That's that freaking road I'm telling you I'm bitching about. Let me reroute the GPS here. No, not Centerville, Iowa. Centerville, Texas. Stupid thing. Like 3 miles till we turn.
11:53 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Alright, I'm taking the left lane. There's too much water in this right lane. This is stupid. Left lane's dry.
Also, I should east like this tomorrow. Hail and kind of like the Houston area. No 2%. The 2% is actually across coastal Louisiana and coastal southeast Texas.
Hazard. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source. Radar. Impact. Flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Marlin, Bristol City, Rosebud, Lott, Galumba, Chilton, Wilson, Tomlinson Hill, Cedar Springs, Pleasant Grove, Sutton, High Bank, Travis, McClanahan, Wilderville, Reagan, Perry, Durango, Moorville, and Westphalia. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Severe thunderstorm watch number 232 remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Limestone, Texas. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, the severe thunderstorm warning for Milam County will expire at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. The tornado watch remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Texas. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will relay your report to the National Weather Service, Fort Worth. Flash flood warning remains in effect until 1:30 p.m.
All right, folks, so there's fuel here. We'll stop and get it. Otherwise, I'm not too worried about it. This is going to be our east route, or southeast route, whichever direction you want to call this. Alright, we'll go to this Cefco, which kind of sucks, but we'll go there. I don't have a choice, so we just need fuel. Can't be picky. 265? Are you kidding me? I spent like 230 a little bit ago, back by Abilene. The last time I stopped was back by Abilene, actually. This McDonald's here is terrible. I know that from experience. I'm not going there. I don't have time to go there since they take 20 minutes for your order these days. I just can't. Learned that yesterday. Not happening. Alright, I desperately need to get in here to a pump. I'm kind of driving where I don't think I'm supposed to because this guy's blocking it. But I need to get in here and get some fuel. Oh, this is stupid. None of these people are in their freaking cars. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I totally understand, like, going inside while you're pumping gas and stuff, but like when the gas station is super busy like this, why are you you know what I mean? Like, don't leave your car when it's busy or whatever unless it's pumping. Like this person here, I'm pretty sure is dicking around on her phone in there, so I'm just gonna sit here until something happens. Otherwise, I'm gonna sneak up there and steal the pump. Like, just parallel park, because we gotta go. We got a tornado warning. We gotta go. Oh, come on, lady. For Christ's sakes. This is extremely rude. You know what I mean? Like, she's in her car dicking around on her phone. Like, come on. Please, can we get fuel? There's a car behind me now, too, so it's not just me. Alright, I'm gonna get up on her here. This is silly. Like, if she hasn't gotten her fuel yet, I'm kind of understanding, but she should get out of her car and pump the fuel because there's... Oh, now there's 2 cars behind me. Okay, well, we're trying to get some gas here, and I think they're all storm chasers, but... Would I be out of line to walk up there and ask her if she would kindly move so we can get gas, or would that be, like, considered out of line? Sharon, I don't know if I can get any closer to her bumper. Hello? Oh, you have... Are you fucking serious? You haven't even got... Are you fucking kidding me? You're a joke. You're a fucking joke. Unreal. And that's a man, by the way. Sorry. What a fucking dick. I'm sorry. That's... excuse me for that, but that is so freaking incredibly rude. There's like... a whole line of cars here. It ain't just me. God dang. Alright, let me get some fuel here. Christ. Whatever. Man, woman, same thing. So there's this like, I don't know, I don't know if they're park rangers, game wardens. I don't know what you guys call them down here. There's this game warden in there, and he goes, "Yeah, you were getting pissed at that wool, but I was waiting for you to give her a push." And I said, "Buddy, that was a man." So it wasn't just me. So it can happen, you know. Sometimes, you know, you just can't tell when someone's in a car. Yeah, we actually didn't even totally fill up the tank. It clicked off before it was done, because by the time I ran in and ran out, it was still running, so. No, and I apologize for coming unleashed on that dude, but it's just, I don't know, guys. Like, there was like 3 or 4 cars there, and like all the pumps are full, and people are like waiting to get gas. There's a bunch of storm chasers behind me trying to get gas to desperately get to this tornado warning, and like, I get it. Don't get me wrong. Everybody's, you know, people don't know that people are in a hurry, and you know they're gonna get to the gas pumps when they get to the gas pumps. But I just think it's really rude when the gas station's so full that like all the pumps have at least 2 cars waiting to just sit there in your car and like be doing nothing. Like, I just think that's kind of crappy. I think I kind of, you know, anybody who's offended by that, I think I kind of said what everybody was thinking. They may just not want to admit it. Like, come on. But no, I thought it was so funny, that game warden or whatever, there's like, yeah, I thought you were going to give her a push. You were getting pissed. And I'm like, that was a man. And I was like, was I really in the wrong? I'm like, you know, here I just thought maybe they didn't see me. So, you know, I get up on the bumper and everything, you know, thinking they'll move or whatever. And he's like, oh, no, people down here are so fucking inconsiderate. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then oh my God, this old lady who, oh my God, she was very old. But she was very nice. But this old lady was running the cash register, and she wanted to talk to me about the combos that I bought. And she was about having a full-on life story about combos and something about her grandson, and I felt so bad because I just don't have time. And like, she was so excited to tell me something about these cheddar cheese combos, and it just went in one ear and out the other. And I think she asked for my opinion on something. I was just like, oh yeah, sure. Like, I totally spaced out. I felt so bad because like she waited her whole day to tell somebody about these combos. So, whoops. But she was very nice. But yeah, she was a talker, and it's like, God dang it, like, where are these people when you're not in a hurry? Yeah, she was going off about the cheddar cheese combos, something about them. It's like, yeah, sure. But off we go. We'll get on this storm, folks. Don't worry, we're going. We'll get there. Alright, well, we're going to go towards Centerville, try to get out ahead of this. Yeah, at least those people were nice. There are times, though, sometimes when you run into people that want to talk, and they're very not people you want to talk to, like the guy that showed me his photo album of clouds. And you're probably thinking, oh, wow, that was nice of him to show you his photo album of clouds. No, they weren't clouds. They were chemtrails, and he's been taking photos of chemtrails for the past 10 years, and he prints them out, and puts them in a photo album and carries it around in his truck. And he had to show me his photo album of chemtrails and the notes that he takes on them. And then he started telling me about how the government controls the weather, blah blah blah. And that was back during the Trump-Clinton election year. And he was telling me that Trump and Hillary were in cahoots, and they were actually both controlling the weather, and that we had to write in a different candidate because we couldn't vote for either of them because they were effing with the weather. And I'm just like, oh my God, buddy, you're a lunatic. Yeah, he had an entire, I'm not kidding, like a 500-page photo album of chemtrails that he takes pictures of and takes notes on them, and apparently just shows random people in the gas station parking lot. Not even kidding. That was not fun. He encouraged me to read up on it because he thinks that it would be good for me to explain to people that the weather is man-made and all this. Oh yeah, he was a racist too. Oh my God, we should have heard this guy. Yeah, he was talking about the government is whipping up hurricanes to get rid of the illegals, and I'm just like, that doesn't even make sense, dude. Yeah, oh my God, he was... I will never forget that guy's face.
I just realized I've never shown you my chemtrail photo album. How have I not told you about this?
Yeah, this actually occurred at a quick trip up by you, so you might run into this guy.
Oh, fantastic.
Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Freestone County and central Texas, Robertson County and
And I will never forget this guy's face. If I ever see him again, I'm walking the other way. Oh my God. I was afraid to tell him no. I didn't want to see his chemtrail book because he was kind of crazy. I didn't want to get, like, shot. Susan, he might have been.
Moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Intact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Severe thunderstorms will be
And wasn't it?
Reservoir, Franklin, and Lake Limestone around 5 p.m. Central Daylight
What?
Time. Camp Creek Lake around 1:05 p.m.
I said it was Dan, wasn't it?
Buffalo around
Kind of looked like Dan, but older and crazier. Yeah, we're kind of targeting this Houston area for now. Well, between College Station and Houston. I'm trying to get out ahead of this line. It's going to be way quicker to get out ahead of it and drop southwest than try to fight getting through it. It's still tornado warned, but I'm not super excited about it. It really doesn't look that great.
severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to our weather radio, commercial radio, and television outlets or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado watch number 231 remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Texas: Val, Fulton, Milan, and Robertson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert.
Well, we are what? We can't be that far from Centerville. About a half hour, maybe. So we'll actually be in the path of this tornado warning in about a half hour.
severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from Milano to near Lexington, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. These severe thunderstorms will remain over mainly rural areas of southern Milam County, including the following locations: Elevation, Gauze, Milano, and Bezel. A tornado watch remains in effect until a tornado warning remains in effect until 1:15
that guy about
Central
hit me.
Daylight
See him
Time
cross the
for
center line?
northeastern Robertson County. At 12:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Franklin, or 10 miles northeast of Earn, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Franklin, Camp Creek Lake, Easterly, New Baden, and Ridge. Take cover now. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter now. Get to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Milam County.
Alright, so we're about to be in the severe thunderstorm warning shortly.
Alright, looks like this storm is making an attempt to go tornado warning again. Or it is tornado warning, it's making an attempt to go tornadic again. It's to your southeast. Rotation's picking up slightly. Kind of just over Franklin. Might track just southeast of Highway 79 there.
Alright, yeah, I'm going to Centerville, and then I figure if we lose this one, it'd probably be easier to go down to Madisonville, south of Centerville, and then backtrack toward College Station that way for anything that might pop up in front of it. That way we're not driving through the line. So I figure we're like between 20 and 30 minutes here from being in the path of this.
Alright, yeah, sounds like a good plan. I think that'll...
Frickin' Sally Slowpoke up here, though. I gotta get through town here, apparently. Need a 4-lane. Well, you know that we're close to a tornado warning when we are doing 16 miles per hour in the posted 30 zone. Actually, the 40, because it's 30 up here. Okay. Yeah, that's how you know you're close to a tornado warning. When you're doing about 20-something miles per hour under the speed limit. Every time. Okay, that was pretty cool. Alright, well, we've seen lightning now, so it's not a total loss. No matter what happens, at least we've seen something. So that's good. We're kind of on the board now. Oh yeah, we're doing solid 41 miles an hour in the posted 55 now, so we're going to be doing some passing here, that's for sure. I'm sorry, posted 60. I tell you what, we really screwed up many years ago when we built roads. Like anything that's, unless it's like a municipal or county road, everything should have been at least 4 lanes. But if it was an interstate, it should have been at least 3 or 6 lanes. 3 on each side. That's what I think, because we got
Wow, 41 miles per hour. You're really hauling now.
Yeah, I better tweet about it. We got so many cars on the road these days. It's like we're just overcrowding the roads. Need to get that freaking helicopter.
Flash flood warning remains in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon from Bell County. At 11:10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar and automated.
Alright folks, I'm about to pass this vehicle. I know somebody's about to try to cancel me on Twitter for it, but I want to make something clear. This is now a posted 75 and we are doing 51. So we're going to do a little bit of passing here. We are 100% within our limits to do so. Maybe we'll even get lucky and get a passing lane. I just got to wait for there to not be cars coming. There's a lot of... Every time we get a passing zone, there's a bunch of cars. Like, we can't get a passing zone where there's not people coming. Every single time. Might have one here, maybe. Yep, send it. God dang. I swear they sped up when we were past them too. They almost had to. I think that's just a natural reaction because I think people don't realize how slow they're going until they get past and then they floor it. I think it's just like a human trait where it's like, oh man, these cars are riding my ass, and then you get past and they look down, oh wow, I'm doing 20 under the speed limit, and then they speed up. Anyway, we're about to hit some really heavy rain.
Weather Service damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. These severe thunderstorms will remain over mainly rural areas of southern Wyoming County, including the following locations: Elevation, Gause, Milano, and Bethel. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Texas. For your protection, get inside a specific structure and stay away from windows. Continuous clouds and mild lightning is occurring with these storms.
There's all that water on the road I was talking about earlier. Seriously, I don't know what it is about these Texas roads, but they just don't drain at all. Lightning activity is starting to pick up, so at least we got that going for us. This big blob of storms is dumping a lot of rain, so we kind of got to watch for like the occasional, you know, random 6 inches of water on the road that's Texas is kind of known for. No dirt roads today, that's for sure. Thanks for joining, folks. We are out here in a tornado watch. We do have a tornado risk today, but this event is just getting started. Computer models were showing maybe a little bit closer to like 3 p.m. and we're just in time. We're gonna make it. We do have a tornado warning about 5 to 7 miles to our south, and it's coming this way. So I'm trying to get us in a position here where we can kind of be in the path of that. And also, there are some little showers popping up south of College Station. So that could be part of the, you know, more robust severe weather event. And we'll be in position for those, no problem. Once we get through this, we can pick whichever storm we want. We made it with not a second to spare, that is for sure. Holy cow.
Medic 4, your leader is 9647 Taylor Road, 9647 Taylor Road.
Just put out another radar indicated warning for this tornado warning. It seems like they're warning the entire kind of portion of the line. There's kind of two circulations now. One kind of northwest of Centerville right now, and another, that weaker one by Franklin. But it looks like that northern one will be taking over. But I think it's just good to get in front of the line, get to like Centerville, like we're saying. And you can kind of play both, but I feel like that northern one's going to be a little hard to catch up to. But maybe that's other one can strengthen again.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop way south here on Centerville. But yeah, I see that they just gave up and put a big warning out, I guess.
Yeah, looking at the text, it has severe thunderstorm capable of tornado 5 miles east of Franklin, and another storm capable of tornado near Jewett, moving east at 40.
Well, that's smart. I mean, why do you two poly ones and you just do a big one? That makes sense.
Alright guys, we're about to be in the tornado warning here. About 3 miles. Lightning is definitely more vibrant. Finally, I like lightning. Yeah, we're just a mile or two from the tornado warning now. Getting closer.
Market Street and 391 and Hearn in front of Buc-ee.
I don't have any confirmation of tornadoes right now, though. It's all just radar indicated, but it does include Centerville and portions of Interstate 45 out there to the east of us. More road construction, no surprise, it's Texas for you. Alright, well, we're in the backside of the tornado warning now. Probably gonna fight with signal a little bit. Well, it's just gonna really dump rain in here for a few minutes. About all I can tell you. Really heavy rain up ahead.
Water on 46 Brook between 4 Mile and the range.
Yeah, we're gonna have some flooding problems out here today, that is for sure. Coming down this hard.
New mesoscale discussion. Downstream tornado watch will likely be needed for portions of East Texas and much of central Louisiana. Watch probability 95%.
Got it, thanks.
Also want to mention to your due east, it's about to cross, what is that, Highway Road 7 there up to Centerville. It's a little bit of broad rotation. Not a ton, but kind of a little bit of broad rotation there. You might see it as you get closer.
Alright.
your weather radio, commercial radio, and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado watch number 231 remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Texas, Houston, and Utah. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to your weather radio, commercial radio, and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The current time is 1:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All hazards of the National Weather Service.
And I tell you what, I sure do like where we were chasing the past few days. Way better than this. This kind of sucks.
Fort Worth has issued a tornado warning for Henderson County and Central Texas, North Henderson County and Central Texas, at 2 p.m. Central Daylight, 1:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm. A tornado was located near Franklin, 10 miles southeast of Athens, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. Source: radar indicated location. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Lake Palestine and Berryville around 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include New York, LaRue, Moore Station, Brushy Creek, Pointer, Coffee City, and Perth. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Houston and southeastern Texas until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles north of Centerville, or 24 miles northwest of Bostonio, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated location. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage likely. This dangerous storm will be near Grapeland around 1:50 Central Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, mobile home, or in a move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from tornado watch number 231 remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties. And beyond. Remember, a tornado
freaking washing machine. Almost basically need to pass somebody here. It's really not, visibility's not that bad. It looks pretty bad on camera because you're right up in the windshield, but it's really not that bad. I can see just fine. Should be getting into an area that has better signal soon.
Right now here in the school, if y'all wouldn't mind giving us give me an update when you can. Possible tornado.
Might be able to get around this truck up here at the stop sign. Don't get me wrong, it's inclement weather, you gotta slow down, but doing 35 miles an hour in the 70 is not, I mean, we can do a little better than 35 here. Heading toward Centerville. We're gonna drop south out of Centerville. Oh man, this is not good. It'll take us probably 20 minutes to go 8 miles at this rate. Holy crap. Folks, I literally can pass these guys if we do 40 miles per hour, so it's pretty safe to do so. I just need to get in a spot where I can see. if all I have to do is 40 to pass them, I mean, holy cow, I mean, we'll be alright. I just gotta get in a spot where we don't hit an oncoming car, you know? Drop south. I think that any more like robust severe weather chances are going to be to our south. A lot of lightning being displayed on the radar map, though.
Per hour. Hazard 70 gusts and quarter hail. Source radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage.
Your tornado watch has been issued 60-40 probability.
30 p.m.
Oh my freaking god, dude. Get off your brakes. Holy smokes. I'm gonna have somebody rear end me at this rate.
Miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-size hail. Source radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Severe thunderstorms will be near Centerville and Fort Bonney State Park around 1:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Palestine around 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Montana and Elkhart around 1:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorms include Tucker, Bradford, Flo, Waddard, Oakwood, Inlet, Kaiga, Redmond, Redtown, and Bethel.
Getting awful windy.
This includes Interstate 45 between mile markers 162 and 171. A tornado
I think we might be coming into this little embedded supercell here. We got 3 more miles. Like I said, I'm a little bit nervous because I'm going to get rear-ended here. It's not really the people's fault behind me because this lead car, the car in front of this one, keeps stabbing the brake pedal. It's probably just safer pulling over and waiting for the storm to pass, honestly. I'm nervous about getting rear-ended here. We are almost to Centerville, so we've made the journey. That means we can drop south and get on the zone. I don't think this one's all that. Terrible signal right through here, though. Terrible. Like I said, once we get up here in 1.2 miles, we'll go south. A little bit of a radar hole here, so it's kind of hard to get a good idea of what's going on, but used to it out here. Alright, we made it to Centerville. Thank God that guy didn't go take a right. We won't be in this heavy rain for too terrible long. Alright, folks. I don't really see a whole lot developing in front of the line, so we may go back toward like Crockett, or maybe just start moving east. I'm not sure. Once we get out of the rain, we'll make more sense of it.
Go down about half a mile. It's going to be on the right-hand side. It's going to be a water location, a Texas explosion. Alright. Let me see if I can get some contact info. Sorry, do we need to grab an engine or a got a better location up in the zone active on it. Once you guys want to head out there? What's all right there, Friday?
Oh my god, I'm so tired of driving in the rain. Oh my god.
Yeah, we are definitely struggling with lapse rates. Pretty much your lower lapse rates below 6 degrees Celsius per kilometer, and pretty much from 700 to about that one. We're like completely exaggerated. So no cloud breaks are really causing the environment to pull into I think the only real chance of that, at least for the frequent right, could be at least supported by lower thermals. It's probably extreme southeast Texas, like east of Houston. That's great. Yeah, your best bet's probably something or by some grace of God, you get a prefrontal supercell development that actually somehow
Alright, well, according to radar, we should be almost out of this mess. Alright, well, it's gotta stop raining at some point. Like, it can't rain like this forever. Guys, I can't even really give you any sort of an update until we're out of this. It's too loud in here, I can't even hear myself. This is horrible. Oh my god. Probably gonna end up with a flash flood problem here if it keeps this up. Some of the heaviest rain I've seen in quite some time. Alright, if we can get around this truck, we can beat out of the rain here. But he really needs to get out of the left lane. This is kind of silly. My foot's not even on the gas. I don't think there's anybody on the right. Yeah, I hate to do this, but... You know, again, I hate to do this, Dukes, but we're going to have to pass him on the right. Because we got to get around him. All the trucks are in the left lane for some reason, and everybody's moving by on the right. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know if there's somebody on the shoulder we don't see or what. So we got to keep moving or we're going to get caught in this for the rest of the day. I really think it needs to be a law that in inclement weather, the trucks need to be in the right lane no matter what. I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand there's times where there's exceptions to that rule. You know, like somebody on the shoulder, but I see this so many times where there's these backups in inclement weather because these trucks are sitting in the left lane, and it's like, you know, I used to have a CDL, guys, like I get it. You know, you're driving a big truck, you gotta move slow in the inclement weather, but that doesn't mean you should drag everybody else down with you. Like, you need to get in the right lane and just slow down and go the appropriate speed. That's just my 2 cents, maybe I'm wrong. Because like traffic's moving fine now. We're moving a good 45, no issues, now that we're around them, you know. I think we're about 1.5 miles from the edge of the rain, so I think we're getting there. I didn't lose my CDL, Dennis. I don't do that for a job, so I don't need it. Sometimes I think I can't say anything without people making a comment. Holy shit. If you haven't noticed, I've been chasing storms for the last 7 years live, so I don't need it. I tell you what, they are obviously diluting the Rain-X anymore. I don't know if we have any other Rain-X users, but I put fresh Rain-X on earlier and it's like worn off already. I mean, I know we've been running the wipers on high, but it says right on the back of the bottle, you know, apply it like once a month. Well, once a month, hell, it hasn't even lasted 5 hours. I think they're diluting that stuff now. It's like buying a bag of chips, it's just full of air. You know, like you have like 4 chips and it's just air. I'm starting to think the Rain-X is all water. Oh boy. Okay, well, I see the edge of the rain, so this is the first time that we've seen the sky that's not dumping buckets of rain on us. And like, God, it's probably been what, dang near an hour now, right? At least almost an hour. Oh, thank God. Holy cow. Anybody else is glad that we're out of that, but I'm glad that we're out of that. That was some of the heaviest rain I've drove through in,
We're gonna go to Jewett.
oh my God, a long time. Wow. Folks, I don't even know. These storms just aren't developing. This kind of looks like trash. It almost looks like a dump. I don't know if there's going to be any development to the south of here, like between here and Houston. Maybe. It's hard to tell though. It's just it's not happening, and it should have been happening by now. So it's making me think that it's not happening.
At the fire station at that time. That's what I think so.
Oh my God. Well, at least I can hear myself now.
So the back way around if you're already going around.
I just dropped the
No,
tornado
just turned on
warning, and
831.
rightfully so.
Anybody have a strap or we need to change
Oh, dude, this. I don't. Oh, shit, there's a Buc-ee's up here. Oh, Christ. Stupid beaver. This almost has to be done. I think what Evan said was right. Like, we don't have anything, you know, encouraging these updrafts here at all. Like, they've tried. There's been a bunch that have tried, and there's like that. I don't know if I'd call them like advection showers, just like that cluster of showers between here and Houston, but it's like they just can't form into anything. I don't think we're gonna get any more of a push here. I almost wonder if that was the event right there.
I think it was, but I wouldn't, you know, it's a small chance that stuff to the south develops into something, so I think maybe just getting to Huntsville and then just sitting there, I don't know, waiting for something to happen. I think that might have been the event, but I guess there's like a small chance that something else could happen, but it's not looking great.
That's probably not a bad idea, because there is an east road out of there if we needed to go east. Wow, I fogged up bad.
Yeah, like worst case, like something develops like on, what interstate is that? On, I don't know, I can't see, but you have that south option to go down to Houston if you need to, and you can get east too. But the train's getting pretty crappy out to the east, but I mean, if there's something worth it, then...
Wow. I'm so glad all the way across the state of Texas to get road rage and rained on.
I mean, at least you're going to be in position for tomorrow's hail-driven slight risk.
That's a funny joke.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, like, what was it? That tornado by Waco wasn't a tornado risk, so maybe it's a good sign.
I honestly don't know if I'm going to stick around for that or try to shoot home. I'm kind of actually thinking about trying to shoot home and swap out weather eye equipment. I mean, I got all the parts and pieces with me, but it would just be easier to grab some of the stuff that's arrived at home. I may actually make a real fast run for home because, I mean, the rest of the week, don't get me wrong, like, I think we're going to have some chances here and there, but they're going to be small. But, I mean, it looks like if sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, if there's a time to run the errands, it's probably going to be tomorrow through like Sunday.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it looks like like the 13th is like the earliest we'll get something in the plains. Everything for the next few days until then is going to be like southeast. So, I mean, if you still need to go to Atlanta, that might be an option too. But yeah, I mean, it's probably your best down or the most quiet period we'll have this May. I anticipate like after the 13th, 14th, it'll be active through the end of the month.
Alright, well, shit. Well, we got this Buc-ee the frickin' squirrel up here. Let me pull off and look at radar. Yeah, we got frickin' Buc-ee the squirrel, or whatever the hell he is, up here. Have you seen the price of food there? The sandwiches are like $8. Yeah, pass. Pass. I just don't get the whole like Buc-ee the squirrel or the beaver or whatever the hell he is thing.
Food's good though. Yeah, just a little expensive.
I might use their parking lot though to figure out a plan. Yeah, I don't get the whole Buc-ee's thing, folks.
Should I know? We just have to call him Buc-ee the squirrel to trigger all the Buc-ee's fans.
I came from Zach, and we stopped at that night after the ditch incident, and I said something. I was like, "Oh yeah, there's the." Oh my god, he just fucking sent me a text. I'm like, "Oh yeah, there's the stupid beaver in the sky," and he's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "That's the stupid beaver," and he's like, "That's a squirrel." I'm like, "No, that's definitely a beaver."
Or we could just call it Buc-ee the rodent.
What is a beaver? Is that like a fish or something? What the hell is that classified as?
Yes, it's a fish.
This is the most dead I've ever seen a Buc-ee's. There's only like 100 cars here.
I'll take it. That's yeah. I've every time I've gone, it's like the entire population of the state is there at the same time. So that's actually pretty good. I struggled to find parking last time I went.
Oh wow, look at the pretty cloud. Wow. Wow.
Hey, there's a gate code. I'm going to send it on active 911. Maintain them. I'm out City Hall and do it. Yeah. 2547, go ahead. Is it the fire alarm going off or what is it?
Okay, so I'm trying to make a plan. We'll just sit and watch this like real pathetic looking shelf cloud or whatever. I don't even know what to call this.
10-4, my deputies and stuff are stretched pretty thin right now. Yes, ma'am.
Just want to take a moment to show you guys this. Like, isn't that thing kind of creepy?
Fire company get notified that this line is wrapped around this gentleman's truck. He's stuck in the truck. 10-4, I did call him back. Fire company is at. They were trying to get someone out there priority.
It's kind of what it looks like.
10-4, I got the fire department trying to cut the tree out. They can't get to the house with the tree in it because of this. I just got some other folks out here.
I'm going to have nightmares. Thank you, Vince.
Yeah, I just think that thing looks creepy.
Do you have any reports for something on fire behind Berkshire Brothers? Got a lot of smoke coming from back there, but I couldn't see it from back to the top in the woods.
Negative, we haven't heard nothing for back behind Berkshires.
I'll bet to be over here at the fire department.
Outage, power outage at the home. Home's going to be located at the end of the roadway. We're sponsoring that come out 1410.
Okay, well, I don't know what to do. Oh my God, this is garbage. This is absolute trash. I'm not sure what to do. You seriously thought the beaver on the sign was a duck? You got to be kidding me, right? You're telling me that's a platypus? No, that's a freaking beaver. I'm Googling it. Nope, it's definitely a beaver. Oh my God, guys, I don't know what to do. I guess go to Huntsville, which is to our south. And then we can go east out of there if we need to. Oh yeah, you're probably seeing the steam off the front of the car. This car literally, well, every Explorer that I've had steams after you've been driving it in the rain. It's just, I don't know if it's just the way, there's this big freaking exhaust cross member, or this big exhaust Y pipe under there where it all comes together, and the water drains from like the windshield drain or whatever, like the drains under the wipers, and it literally just dumps it right on top of the exhaust under there. And the some of the air conditioning water drips on it too, and it's kind of stupid. So sometimes you'll just, like, after you've been sitting for a minute and the exhaust kind of burns all the moisture off of it and stuff drips on it, it steams. Every single one of them I've had has it. I get a bunch of smart asses who are like, oh, you must have a radiator leak, and it's like, no, it's fine. And then they're just like super arrogant about it, but it's not. Like this car, my other Explorer, the Explorer before, like they all do it. It's just the way that the car is. It's not a big deal. Yeah, well, I also have a Chevy that's 4 years old. Well, that needs an engine at 4 years old, so. And it's been taken pristine care of and had nothing but royal purple in it its entire life, so. Let me tell you, they're all junk anymore. Doesn't matter what you buy, they're all junk. They're all junk in their own ways.
The South are looking slightly better, but I don't think they're really maturing quite yet. But I don't think heading back down to Huntsville is a bad idea. In the case those do start to take off a little, low chance, but I don't know, it might be kind of pretty. Probably not, because all the saturated low levels are just going to make it hard to see, but I mean, small chance.
Yeah, I can't believe it's 2:15 and I'm thinking about shutting this down in an hour. I can't believe it, but I'm not gonna. I imagine at the 3 o'clock update, I bet you they at least removed the hatch. I would imagine. Maybe not the 10, but at least the hatch. I'm not gonna take these all the way to Alexandria. There's no freaking way. I mean, if they don't start doing it out here, there's no way this is making it halfway across Louisiana.
Yeah, the lapse rates aren't even that good out there anyway either. Like, you'd think maybe it's better in Louisiana, but not really. It's pretty much the same thing, unless you go to, like, New Orleans. Which is way too far away.
We're gonna get our turn arrow today? Cross your fingers. We need a turn arrow. Come on. Today. There it is. Need a little encouragement there. Alright, we'll slide down to Huntsville. That gives us an east option if we need to go east. I don't know if we'll need to. You know, and I'm not saying that we're necessarily done. It's just this is not as advertised. I don't think we had enough surface heating. This is just, it's very messy. It's not even, there's nothing robust. There's nothing of any organization happening in terms of tornadoes. I guess I could probably switch to the Houston radar here. Hang on. Let's get a little different look at these. But yeah, we do have those storms down to the south. Maybe they'll form. If they do, that could be a problem. But if they don't, then that might be a signal that today's kind of screwed.
Center, we're going to transport priority 3 to Houston Methodist Willowbrook.
Yeah, so if you look at Radar Omega and you take a look at the Houston radar site, right near Houston there's a couple of showers trying to develop. That could be maybe our severe weather event starting, or it could also be trash. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think anybody does at this point. I'm very interested to see what the SPC does at the 3 p.m. update. We should be getting that new update here for the Outlook anywhere between, a half an hour and probably a half an hour and 45 minutes from now. So I'm just interested to see if they continue the 10 hatch. If they, I would say right now, if they do, that's really ballsy of them. I really don't think they will. I don't think they should.
I guess the place to be was Tucumcari, New Mexico, because they just released an MB saying best chance for a landspouts up there by Tucumcari and Clovis.
Yeah, pass.
I think that's just a short drive away. You should be able to make that.
Not yet. Give me just a second.
Guys, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is crap. This is crap. We talked about this last night about how it's important to be, upfront and honest with our weather forecasts. Well, I'm being upfront and honest with you. I think this is crap. I think it's crap. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just not seeing it. I drove across the entire state of Texas for this. What the frick? Oh my god.
Negative, no other call.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Did you guys see the two people struggling to change the tire on the side of the road? Or whatever they're doing, and I go in the left lane and then this asshole passes me on the right? Like, you seriously couldn't move over for the people? Like, you really couldn't wait? Like, you literally could have killed them if they weren't paying attention. Like, what the hell is wrong with, seriously, what is wrong with people? Jesus. Seriously. I'm so sick of people that don't move over when there's cars on the side of the road. Like, don't get me wrong, like, if they're parked there, legally parked, abandoned, or whatever, like, I get it, but, you got somebody changing a tire or screwing around on the side of the road and people don't move over. I honestly think they're terrible people. They can't move over a lane. Like, if there's a vehicle in the way, I get it, but if you can't move over a lane and allow somebody to have a little breathing room when you're driving 85 miles an hour, like, you're kind of crappy, in my opinion. That's ridiculous. I don't know what to think of today, guys. I was just being honest with you. I think it's trash. I think it's a 70% chance that this is trash. There's a 30% chance though that I think that these little showers popping up down by Houston could develop into something, but I don't know, and I would be lying if I told you if I knew. So if you you just want to hang tight for like 40 minutes or so, maybe we'll figure it out. Yeah, last night was way more eventful than today and yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that these showers may actually try to develop, because there is some divergence aloft that could promote some organization with them, but in terms of like tornadic activity, I'm not so sure, because the low-level lapse rates are so bad, and it's so saturated at low levels, so maybe it could organize into a hailer or something. That's not impossible.
How does it feel to have become irrelevant and hated by everyone in the weather community? It feels pretty good, because last I knew, I'm the one out here doing this, running a business with staff, and you're the jerk off in your mom's basement, so kind of set yourself up for that one. Yeah, I don't even know, man. Like, this is like trash. I mean, I don't know if you saw those HRRR runs earlier, but for a couple of hours this morning, they were showing like 5 major supercells in this area. And I don't know what happened to that, but that's definitely not what we got.
Yeah, HRRR's been doing terrible recently. Just been doing so bad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of locking into like more supercells. The latest 18Z run, but I mean, it's not. I think that's a low likelihood of happening.
Welcome back, John.
Just in case.
You joined it just in time. This week has been the opposite of last. Last week, like, everything that was garbage ended up producing tornadoes, but this week, everything that should produce tornadoes is garbage.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we just had tornadoes coming out of nothing last week, and now this week we can't even, we're asking much just to get a bolt of lightning. Oh, God. That's all right. I mean, it's still nice to be out here, you know. And the thing is, too, like, if you don't watch these streams very often, you probably don't have any idea how many of these days actually don't do anything. There's so many days where we think we're gonna have good storms and it's gonna be a great day, and then it turns out just being nothing. There's a lot of them. So like this isn't really anything that I would say is abnormal. I mean, if you're new here, you're probably like, wow, what the hell? What the hell's going on? But I mean, if you've been watching the channel for a while, or if you've been watching just storm chasing in general, no matter who it is, you already get it, you know. That's okay. I mean, it's different when these days kind of don't pan out. in the warm season, like typical severe weather storm chasing. Just not, you know, like when you're dealing with it in the winter though, like you go out for a snowstorm or something and then it just doesn't really happen. That really sucks because it's like cold and depressing out. Like at least right now it's like warm out and like you can get out of the car and stuff. Like when it's cold out, you're stuck in the car all day. And then nothing happens and it makes it even worse.
47436920.
I don't know, what do you guys think? We're almost to Huntsville. I'm gonna go east.
Well, 18Z HRRR is in range for tomorrow and not showing a whole lot. Mainly just storms near the coast in Texas. Louisiana doesn't look very good.
This tornado
Probably
one
just
that
hail,
turd to the
maybe,
north.
you know, maybe some gusty winds. I don't really, tornado threat's not really that great. You probably have to rely on like the sea breeze boundary or something. But yeah, it seems a little. We'll have to see what other models say, but based on that run, that's not really a slight risk environment. Maybe some of the models are more locked into that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be out tomorrow, that's for sure. Alright, so we'll go east out of here. I guess. I don't know what else to do, guys. Basically just keep up with this little storm system or rain shower system for a little while here just in case it goes nuts. I don't think it will, but if it does, I mean, I want to be there, you know. I'm trying to take some freaking ibuprofen. I can't get the package open. Hold on, guys. There we go. If everybody asking what the plan is, I don't know. All I know is we're gonna go east and stick with this squall line, and if it starts to do anything, or if those storms to the south pop off, then we'll go for them. But that's literally it. I'm not hiding anything. I really don't know. I don't know.
Holy crap, we just went from a huge thunderstorm risk on day 3 to a very large marginal risk on day 3. I'm gonna put that in forecast.
Miss my turn. I actually might need to put this in the GPS. I don't know which road is fastest here. Put Livingston in. Alright. Exit 116. Thanks, Jose. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be interesting or not. I'm kind of leaning toward not, but you never know.
¿Cómo estamos? Estamos excelentes. Afuera. Prepara el otro, Juan. Afuera. Ahí estamos, maestro. Ahí viene Oscarito también.
Alright, so we need to take the 190 highway.
Thank you, we'll go.
Folks, this is the first day in a long time where I just don't know what happened to the forecast. It looked pretty good and now it's just trash. What happened? And I can't turn left here because they're dicking around with the stoplights. Are you shitting me? Maybe I can. Hold on. Some cars coming up on the left. I think I can turn left here. I thought they had the lane closed, but... I think there's room. I don't know. If not, they can yell at us. Alright, well, once we get past the red light, I think it's the last one we have to deal with. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll just go east. We've got a large area of tornado potential here. Even though, like, the tornado potential is low right now, there's a large area where that could maybe happen in. So we might as well, you know, go east with it. Just in case. It's been a long time since we've chased anything down here. It's probably been over a year, to be honest with you. I think it was like last February or maybe March. It's been a while. Yeah, I can't believe it's only like 2:30 something right now. Very early severe weather event today. A lot of these storms, well, in fact, the majority of them kind of formed in the early morning hours. It was kind of attached to last night's event that we were chasing out west. I tell you what, I like chasing in the western part of Texas way better than I do here. I mean, you guys can just tell the difference in visibility and terrain and all that. Once we get out of town, we should be able to make up some good ground here. I don't even know where I'm going to go tonight. Jesus. Part of the problem is too, we are way down here, guys. I mean, I can't believe, we were in almost New Mexico yesterday, and now we're here. I mean, I was able to make it just in time, but holy smokes. Yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for, are you freaking kidding me? There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Roswell. God dang it. It don't look that bad. Probably better than this. God dang it. Why the hell didn't I stay out there? I don't even think that's in a marginal risk. Let me look. No, it's not. Alright, well, I don't feel so bad now. I had no indication to stay out there, so. But if I would have stayed out there for whatever reason, we probably would have been on that and probably been having way more interesting sights to see than this. I like chasing out there.
I've got 13 and about to be en route, escorted for DOT and S left. Top of 5.
Look at this piece of shit. Right through the fucking school bus. What a piece of shit. Put your fucking stop arm in, dude. There you go. Christ. We're gonna get past him before we have to stop at everything here. Every kid's house. Oh, he's got a brake light out too. What a fantastic individual. Funny thing is, probably somebody that doesn't have a driver's license, honestly. All right, trees and more trees. Well, there's that little storm down there by the Woodlands, just north of Houston. That's barely anything, but that might be the one to watch. It's not really developing, but it's also not dying. So I don't know. Maybe it'll do something. I don't know. Cross your fingers. We get something out of it.
Over 30, main workers in the lower yard. They're just waiting to go to the tunnel back south.
Well, we got spoiled by storm chasing, out in the plains where we're supposed to be this time of year. And now that we're stuck in the forest here, literally the middle of the national forest. Cross your fingers on that little shower down by the Woodlands. That's only a little way, maybe 20 miles south of us. It's moving this way. I was just saying before, I think we hit that dead zone. That little shower that we're watching down by the Woodlands that maybe could develop into something, that thing's moving this way. It's only 20 miles away and it's coming toward us. Really bad spot for signal through here though. Can't do much about that. Well, I will tell you one thing. It's a damn good thing we chased that stuff last night. It is definitely over. What the hell is this?
Yep, there is literally nothing going on. So, yeah, I don't know. Showers just east of Houston are slowly intensifying.
Whenever you get to the school, go around behind the
Nothing
gym.
is happening.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not happening. It kind of sucks though, because we're in this like really bad area where there's really nothing. I thought about just stopping wherever the hell I'm at, but there's like, I really don't want to go back to Houston. So, I don't know. I tell you what, if they don't pull that 10 hatch at 3 o'clock here, I'm going to think they're not thinking here. But I imagine this will just end up being a giant 5%.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Or you think you're just going to go more east or head down to I-10 or something?
I don't know. I need to find a hotel that's not in the middle of ass freaking nowhere here.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just this is such a bad spot because like everybody just goes to Houston. I don't want to go to Houston. I don't want to go all the way down to Lake Charles, but I may have to go north. I'm not sure. Debating if I want to even stick around for tomorrow, but I'm kind of leaning toward not, honestly. I mean, it does not look spectacular at all. Like, it doesn't even remotely interest me. Like, even though I'm already here and it would only set me back a day, like I looked at it a minute ago and I'm just like, wow, okay. So that'll be a March no risk downgrade.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good, definitely. But here's that's tiny little 2% in New Orleans or something, so yeah, it doesn't look very good. So yeah, they just put out a day 3 marginal for like the entire southeast United States and a bit of southern Texas as well, but models aren't really in range for that yet, so I don't really have a great idea on that. But at least the Texas portion, barring like extreme southern Texas into Houston, it looks a bit moisture starved. And then the moisture gets swept out overnight towards Friday, so, and then it's just going to be all southeast. But there is a huge day 3 marginal, all wind and hail, so whatever, nothing crazy even for Thursday.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing that could possibly happen today would be if we get a shower like south of Lake Charles that pops up and comes on shore with like a lightning bolt or something, but even that's asking a lot.
Yeah, there's a moderate risk of flash flooding from East Texas through like southwest Mississippi, so there's that. I can see if there might be like any guidance on like a waterspout threat later in southern Louisiana, but yeah, you're probably right. It's probably not much happening. Yeah, it's not even really showing much from the waterspout threat anyway, so that's all overnight. Yeah, I think it's pretty much done, but the flooding eventually once this moves forward to like the Southwest Louisiana area, could be kind of interesting, maybe.
Yeah, I'm probably sitting that out because otherwise, what's going to happen is I'll be out until midnight again, and that's not going to happen. But I was actually kind of thinking we were going to get more of a flooding issue with this line where it's at right now, but like I drove through and it was dumping buckets of rain, but nothing was flooding, so I was a little surprised. But I mean, I don't know. I'm chalking this up to another 10 hatch bust. Even if it produces something, I'm still chalking it up because it's we're at like 50% through the hatch risk already. I'm just gonna call it.
Yeah, I don't doubt they at least remove the 10 hatch the next outlook. I would be surprised they keep it. I have a feeling they might keep it for Louisiana just because they already have issued it, but I don't know. It doesn't really seem like a good idea. But yeah, this is. I feel like whenever this goes 10 hatch, like it's always like the kiss of death for these setups.
Every fucking time.
Well, yeah, it's 100% it over for I kind of give it this time. It looked pretty darn good, but yeah, if that gets left, I'm gonna start to wonder. But I actually thought today was gonna be a good day. That's the whole reason when I got up that I started driving this way. I was just gonna drive north, but I'm like, I saw the HRRR runs, and I'm like, yeah, can't really ignore that.
Well, maybe this set you up for a good chase sometime in the future. I don't know. Probably not.
No, because I'm getting the hell out of here. That's for sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
They need to downgrade this. We should do a poll. I can't even do that here. What the frick? It won't even let me run one. I was gonna say we should do a poll. See if they, if we think they're gonna downgrade the risk or not. I would. I can't do a poll. It doesn't even let me do it for some reason. I would though. Today is definitely not. I mean, I really thought today could have been a big deal. It kind of looked like it was going to be a big deal. I mean, if anybody here watches the models and HRRR runs and stuff, I mean, you probably agree that earlier it looked like it was going to be nuclear. No, the reason I say they need to downgrade the risk is because we're over halfway through the event here, and we haven't. It's very clear that the forecast just isn't right, and that's okay. It's okay to admit that the forecast is wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being wrong and saying, you know what, let's back it down a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. Builds trust with the public. But I am continuing east just in case this does something. I don't think it's going to do anything, but we'll stick with it. We should know any minute they'll be putting that new update out. the first chase day in a couple of weeks where I haven't even really, like, we haven't had anything to even look at.
Okay, the advantage. Five 10 allocation.
I don't know, it's still nice to be out though. I tell you what though, it's warm and humid down here. Oh my god, it's like tropical almost. Feels like a hurricane coming. Kidding me, Evan? No way. Are you sure? You gotta be kidding. What are they freaking doing? I'm gonna have to tweet something.
20 some yellow showing.
I deployed the meme. I deployed it.
Yeah, they did not downgrade.
I have to deploy the meme. It's been launched.
Copy.
Come on, why? It honestly worries me, guys. Like, we talk about these strong tornadoes, these strong tornado forecasts and stuff so much, and then it's almost always a bust. Like, the public's gonna stop listening to us, you know? Like, we should really reserve these, 10 hatch and above forecasts for when we're a little more confident, because, the public doesn't really understand it like we do in the weather community, and we're losing the trust of the public here. How many times do you hear the public say, or somebody at the gas station, "Oh, the weatherman's always wrong"? Well, no offense, meteorologists out there. I mean, I'm kind of included in this too, but no offense, but we are kind of always wrong, you know? And I think maybe as soon as we start mitigating that fact of being always wrong, we're kind of stuck with that mantra a little bit here. I think this would be appropriate for a 5% tornado risk. And then you mentioned in the discussion, you know, hey, maybe a strong tornado, but unlikely. I don't know. I'm not going to armchair quarterback. You know, SPC knows what they're doing. They're a valuable resource, very valuable. I just sometimes get a little frustrated because I'm on the forward face of this, right? So I'm one of the people out here when it comes to the weather industry that gets to see how people react. You know, I'm not sitting behind a desk following protocol. I'm seeing how people react, and this ain't good. We are losing the trust of the public with our forecasts very swiftly, and I feel like people don't care, and that's what it's going to turn to is more independent forecasters creating their own forecasts, and even if they're more accurate than the official forecast, so to speak, it's going to cause confusion. But it is what it is. There's some television stations that are already doing that. They're issuing their own tornado warnings and stuff. And you know what? I don't necessarily know if I agree with that, but there's been a few times where they've issued their own tornado warnings, quote unquote, and they've beaten the official tornado warning. And there's been a tornado, so it's like, God, I don't know if I can really disapprove of it if it's working, you know? I don't know, guys. If you want, in my opinion, the forecast. So if you're in southeast Texas or southwest Louisiana, if you're under these tornado watches, whatever, you're probably looking at a wind risk. Maybe small hail, but I'm not. Wind. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind, probably. A lot of rain. It's going to rain buckets. The tornado risk is very low, in my opinion. Now, what I would say as a caveat to that, if a storm can form all by itself, or kind of all by itself, maybe closer to the coast, I-10 area, if it can form and basically not be part of a group or a cluster of storms, that's when you're going to have that heightened tornado potential. But even then, it's going to be very difficult to get that storm to happen. We're just not seeing these updrafts blossom like we thought they were. I mean, earlier it looked like a big deal, but it's not happening. So if you want my honest opinion, if you live down here, this is what I believe the forecast should be. A level 2 out of 5 for tornado risk. General area, southeast and east Texas, southwest and maybe west Louisiana. Just keep your weather radio on. Keep in mind that if a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, that might get upgraded to a tornado warning later, or you might get a tornado warning right off the bat. You know, just know that there might be a few tornadoes here and there. But in my opinion, I don't think we need this level 3 out of 5 with this significant tornado risk. In my opinion, I would call this a level 2 out of 5 because, yeah, it's conditional for tornadoes. There could be some. If there are some, they could go nuts. But I don't think it's really anything that we should be putting everybody in a panic mode for. And I feel like that's kind of what we're doing when we do this 10% significant thing. That's just my opinion. You know, you guys are welcome to take that as you want. It's not official. It's just kind of how that's personally how I think we should be communicating this to the public. I don't see any sort of tornado risk. No, good question. I don't see any sort of corridor of enhanced tornado potential right now. But, you know, going back to what I said, though, about you would want to watch any storms that form that are not part of the line. There still could be some tornadoes in the line, but I would pay more attention to those ones that form out ahead of the line, if that happens. And yeah, that is a big lake. I think the last time I was down in this area was when we had that blizzard warning down here. Do you guys remember that? We had the blizzard warning on the Gulf Coast. That was nuts. I want to listen to this day one. I have a button for that. Hold on.
It was trimming severe probabilities behind a squall line tracking.
Damn it, I gotta start it over. I missed it.
Florida Peninsula, 20Z update. The primary change.
Now we're playing like oldies on top of this now.
The Florida Peninsula, 20Z update. The primary change with this update was trimming severe probabilities behind a squall line tracking eastward across parts of east-southeast Texas. A separate area of severe hail wind probabilities were maintained and expanded slightly over the southern high plains closer to the cold core upper low. See MCD number 720 for details on the severe risk here. Farther south, guidance continues to suggest an uptick in severe thunderstorm potential across South TX during the overnight hours, while steep lapse rates at up-ridge boundary layer moisture would conditionally support a couple supercells capable of producing large hail and severe winds. The overall threat appears too conditional for higher probabilities at this time.
Telling me you consider it higher? Did any of you guys read the Outlook by chance?
Yeah, I read it.
I'm confused. Higher probabilities? Like, what?
Yeah, there still could be a risk for discretes or semi-discretes in front of the line, like closer to 0Z, but I don't, yeah, it kind of matches perfect, not 5, but anything higher. I think they mean for wind or hail. I don't know if they mean tornadoes.
Well, hail's already 30. Yeah. Oh my God, what is going on? Yeah, I think I'm gonna just go for that stuff coming out of Beaumont. I mean, that's literally the last chance, in my opinion, because that's just gonna work everything over, I think.
Yep, I'd agree. If that doesn't do it well, then I don't know. That's probably it.
Oh, Don's in the chat. Don Sanderson. Jesus Christ, Don, I haven't seen you for like 3 years. God, the last time I saw you was 2021, I think. We were somewhere out there in the middle of nowhere, Colorado. It was that day that, we were somewhere by Akron. Me and Daniel met up somewhere or something. We ran into each other. Yeah, that was like 2021, if I remember right. God, it's been a long time. Holy crap. Alright guys, I think our last shot at anything, and honestly, maybe there's some hope with this one, is the stuff coming out of Beaumont. So if you're looking on the Radar Omega there by Beaumont, that might be of interest. Yeah, like I was saying, the last time that I was down here was like that blizzard. That blizzard warning for Lake Charles on the Gulf Coast of whatever. Mex America, whatever the hell we're calling it today. Wow, that was something to have a blizzard warning on the coast like that. Well, I swear, anytime I'm in a hurry, we get stuck behind someone doing 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. If I'm not in a hurry, then there's nobody else on the road. It's like every time. It is really hot. It's tropical feeling. It honestly feels like there's a hurricane coming. Like, that's how it feels. Yeah, well, we just got to keep going east. I mean, this is easy. Yeah, folks, I don't even know. That little cell that's just a few miles north of Beaumont to our southeast, that's got to be like the only possible chance, in my opinion. It's almost got to be it. Thanks, Hannah. Appreciate your super chat, too. Still trying to figure out what I'm doing. I'm just gonna try to drive through this line of storms at this point. I mean, Jesus, that storm down by Beaumont's not doing it. It's just not. I don't think we had enough destabilization today. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go north. Just go check out this squall line one more time, and yeah. Ooh, wow. All right, so So you guys know if you're not watching, I'm gonna go north and just see what this, I guess go through the squall line and go up to I-20 for the day. That Beaumont storm's not doing it. If it does, I'll turn around, but I'm betting north.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. If it starts organizing, I'll let you know.
Convoy
All right, well let's go north.
Livingston to 838.
Yeah, we're heading up toward like Lufkin right now. Yeah, tornado warnings in Pennsylvania, go figure.
if you're a little closer, I'm coming from 146, 2016. One 48, 3620, 6148.
Tornado warning up there for Shreveport.
Eligible on Class B expires 2025, restriction A, nearly north 601.
had no idea that last night was going to be the highlight of this. But last night was fun. I mean, nothing really happened, but it was still fun with the lightning and everything.
Texas 27. 779436
Observed tornado in Shreveport.
Great. Any pictures of it?
No, it looks like a QLCS circulation. Has a, yeah, it's radar confirmed. There is a CC drop.
Did not expect a tornado south of Shreveport today, that's for sure. Well, that's what we got.
Henry 2651.
Yeah, we're probably 15 minutes away from taking a pass at this line of storms. It's severe warned, so not done yet, I guess. I tell you what though, today's been tiring. I left, was it Abilene or Big Spring? I think I was west of Abilene. My God, I can't believe I got over here that quick. Holy cow, dude, you are going way below the speed limit. But yeah, I left like Big Spring, which is over there west of Abilene, maybe like 45 minutes west of Abilene on I-20. It's between Midland and Abilene. I don't remember what time I left. It might have been 8:30-ish. But I'm glad we wrapped that stuff up when we did last night, because I was watching that stuff a little bit on radar after we were done with the stream, and it never looked very good. It just didn't happen. Didn't really materialize, so I'm glad we dropped off of that. But I really did think that today was going to be a big deal, folks. I really did. I like, it's like I said last night, you know, I planned on not chasing today. But I got up and looked at some of the model data, and it actually looked pretty good. It was like the HRRR was suggesting that there would be several like large isolated supercells in this area, and I'm like, okay, well, it's like, all right, well, let's take a look. And the environment looks pretty good. So I thought, well, we better get in the car and go. Here we are. That's all right. I mean, you can't expect to see something worthwhile every chase. You just really can't. It's a super unrealistic expectation. You know, we went, what was it, about a week. I'm trying to think when I came out. I mean, we went for about a week, week and a half with every single chase we were on was showing us something really cool, whether it's a pretty supercell or a tornado. So we were due for some sort of a bust here. Yeah, the HR really has shit the bed a lot. I completely agree. I tell you what, though, I mean, in my experience, I don't think it's that good of a model for, like, higher terrain. It seems like it overmixes the dew points a lot. In, like, West Texas, East New Mexico, East Colorado, West Kansas. Like, it seems like anytime there's some daytime heating, it really just overmixes it. And it just makes it seem like it's drier than it is. But I tell you, today was a big flop for it. I mean, we kind of had every reason to believe it. Because we didn't have the convection from last night. We didn't have that stuff that was supposed to come out of Del Rio. We didn't have that, so that wasn't going to taint the warm sector, but still didn't do it anyway. I really think that, oh, you sneaky. I really think that the, let's see, what is that? 13, is it a week from today? I don't have a calendar in front of me. Hang on. Actually, yes, I do. Yeah, a week from today. So I think next Tuesday is the day that it's going to start getting active again. So if you look I shouldn't say long range, if you look medium range, so basically just now to the end of the month. Obviously, the farther away we get from today, the less accurate the forecast is. So we can't really talk about tornadoes versus hail versus rain shower, well, thunderstorms, whatever, or really talk about individual target areas, but we can look at the overall pattern and say, yeah, it looks like there's probably going to be severe weather, you know, in this general area, in this general time frame, if that makes sense. And it looks like there's really not going to be much for organized severe weather between now and Monday or Tuesday-ish, give or take. There probably will be some small, like, mesoscale days that nobody really picks up on and nobody ends up being out on between then. But the problem is a lot of the moisture is getting pushed out by this system that's going through right now. So there's not going to be a whole lot of, the dew points are going to be very low across Texas and New Mexico and Oklahoma, you know, where we would expect them this time of year to not be so low. It's kind of weird this time of year to see a storm system come through and then wash out the moisture for so long like that. But if there's any severe weather risks, they might be confined to the southeast or along like I-10 or something. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that happens in like West Texas on one of those days, but it'll probably be a very low risk. And almost impossible to forecast. But I think it's safe to say that we're going to get busy again about a week from now, so Tuesday. So I'm going to be aiming, no matter what happens between now and then, I'm going to be aiming to be back. I use El Reno, Oklahoma as like a staging point. It just works out so well. So basically my plan is to be sitting in El Reno Monday afternoon or evening or night or whatever, and then we'll adjust to the target area from there. Between now and then, I don't know what's going to happen. I actually would really like to run home, because if I don't run home now, there might not be time to run home the rest of the month, and I would really like to run home now versus never. But I need to look at the forecast and some stuff here and make sure that we don't screw anything off. But what I will tell you though is, like, I think it's about to get nuts. You know, where I'm going with this is like the medium range. I'm not saying like tornado outbreaks everywhere, but I think it's going to go nuts where we've got severe weather every day, just like we did in, was it a week and a half ago? We had slight or enhanced risks like every day for like 8 or 9 days. And we had a chase every single day for like 8 or 9 days. And it was great. You know, we had good chases. We had a good time. Lots of pretty storms. A couple tornadoes. I think we're going to get back into that pattern. I mean, it's May, so it doesn't take that much. April, so I kind of break down the severe weather season like this. I break it down a little bit more differently than a lot of people do, because I do this, 24/7, 365 days a year. What people might call the off season, I really don't call the off season, because I don't really have an off season. And I probably should make this into a graphic or something and post it, but some people might enjoy that. But I basically break this down into a couple different parts. So the middle of February through the end of March, that's kind of like your, like pre-season almost. That's when you start getting back into Dixie Alley. You start getting those enhanced risks for tornadoes. You start getting some localized tornado outbreaks down south. You still have some snowstorms in there. That's like the end of February through March. Once April comes around, that's when you start getting a mix of like southern tornado alley, so like the southern plains, southern high plains, and Dixie Alley, so like into Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, things like that. April's really a good transition month, but then May, so I consider April 1st through basically like the end of June. I consider April 1st all the way to June 30th or 31st. I think it's 31st, right? I don't even know how many days are in June, whatever. Through the end of June, I consider that peak season. So April, May, June, peak season. The end of February through March, that's kind of like pre-season. Sometimes it turns into peak season, but it's not super active all the time, but you're usually guaranteed a couple chases a week. And then July, August, and September, July and August kind of fit into their own category, because that's kind of the summertime. It's not peak season, but it's definitely an active season. We're out in the high plains a lot. We're also in the northern plains. You're not getting an enhanced risk every day like you are in, April, May, June, but you're probably getting between 3 and 5 storm chases a week, pretty much anywhere you want to go. And then September and October I don't count hurricane season in this, but that's when we're getting into hurricane season. But if you count that out, September and October are always a really, they're always a toss-up. They could actually be pretty busy, or they cannot be. So if they're pretty busy, usually where you're at is either the Midwest, so like Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska, the Dakotas, Illinois. That's usually where you're at, and it's usually with these big squall lines that come through, these big like derecho events. Or you're out in traditional tornado alley, because sometimes you get this like second birth of peak season that occurs out there. So a lot of different moving parts there. And then November, December, and January, I consider November, December, and January to be, I consider those to be the slow season. Keep in mind though, there's always blizzards or lake effect snow somewhere. But in terms of like convective severe weather, I consider November, December, January to be the slow season. But I will tell you, the end of November and all of December can really surprise you. There's been many years in the past 11 years of doing this where there's been, Novembers and Decembers, and honestly even Januaries, where you're spending a lot of time down on I-20 or I-10 in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, sometimes up into Arkansas, Tennessee a little bit. I've seen many, many, many years, in fact, more often than not, where you're running your butt off chasing storms down there. So you can't really break it down and say definitively, hey, this is this is that. But I will tell you, though, there's been some surprises. I think it was 2020. Was it 2020? It might have been 2020, I think. Maybe it was 2019. I'm trying to think. I don't think it was it wasn't 2021. It was either 2019 or 2020, and I'm kind of leaning toward... Guys, help me out. I'm not making this political, but when did all that COVID crap start? Was that March of 2019? No, that was March of 2020, right? Yeah. God dang, I wonder... I don't remember if we had the whole mask fiasco going on or not. That's kind of what I'm trying to base this off of. It's like, was everybody wearing a mask or not? I don't remember, actually. I think it was 2019. Yeah, I think it was 2019. We had a bunch of activity in November and December, and I was out a lot in November and December. And then 2020, I think, was the same way. And then I think 2022 was busy in November and December as well. Last year was dead. 2024 was dead. But yeah, I remember specifically a lot of. I think it was 2019 that I'm thinking of. I remember a lot of Northeast Texas events and a lot of like Louisiana events. I also remember, I think it was March or April. I don't remember which. March or April of 2019. Somebody could probably go back in the SPC archives and look. March or April of 2019, if I said 18, I meant 19, of 2019, there was a moderate risk in Louisiana, and I specifically remember this, and I don't know why. Like, I could relive that day moment for moment. But I specifically remember it was a moderate risk for Louisiana, pretty much the whole state, almost. And I left work I decided at 4 p.m. while I was quote-unquote working, which was pretty much just sitting there doing nothing at the time. While I was sitting there, I'm like, you know what, I need to go. It's a moderate risk. I got to go. I remember getting my truck ready and all that, and I left, I think, at 8:30 p.m. Central from Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin. Drove all the way to, I think it was Corning, Arkansas, which is like northeast Arkansas. I got there at, I think it was like 2:30 or maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed for a few hours and then got up, made it to the moderate risk. I think I was in Alexandria, or no, Natchitoches. Yeah, it was Natchitoches. It's that town on the map that's like Natchitoches or what the hell, but it's like Natchitoches or something. Yeah, I made it to Natchitoches, and I think it was like 11:30 or maybe noon, and it was a bust. Nothing happened. It was a total flop, and I just remember turning around and driving basically the entire way home. Like, I was so pissed off and fuming mad that, like, I wasn't even tired. I wasn't fatigued. Like, I was just so pissed off at the world. I just drove like straight back home. I think I turned around and left at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I got back home, I'm pretty sure it was 3:15 in the morning. It was either 3:15 or 2:15, but I think it was 3:15 because that would make sense because it was about 13-ish hours. Yeah, I think I got home at like 3:15 in the morning. And then I just went to bed. And I remember laying in bed thinking, I can't believe I just did that. I just drove to Louisiana. And then
Jesus. Latest MD, potential evolving strong tornado threat with those cells coming out of Beaumont, Texas to the northeast.
I was like, I just basically drove all the way down to Louisiana to get McDonald's, turn around, not eat anything on the way home. All I did was stop for like a potty break and drive straight to my bed. That was literally all I did. I got up, that afternoon, I decided I'm driving, 8:30, I leave, go to Louisiana. I made a big U-turn in the middle of I-49 or whatever the hell that is. I made a big U-turn, flipped around and went home. That was literally what I did. And I specifically remember that as like one of the biggest busts of my life, because it was like, you're kidding me. And I remember there was this old guy at work, and I lived at work. It's a long story, just long story, labor law loopholes. I made a bunch of money, but it was a long story, and I didn't have to pay rent, whatever. But anyway, so I remember I pulled back into the parking lot, and he's standing out in the parking lot, and he goes, "How in the hell are you back?" And I said, "Well, Danny, I fucking drove to Louisiana. I turned the hell around and just came right back here." And he's like, "You drove to Louisiana to turn around?" I'm like, "Yeah, I made a U-turn in I-49 between Natchitoches and Alexandria, and I drove right back here. I haven't stopped since." I was so pissed off because he was like outside for whatever reason at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm just like, "Yep." Right, I'll look at it, but I can't get on board with that, honestly.
Okay, I'll just read the text. A conditional greater tornado threat exists with any supercells which can develop along south of the warm front in Louisiana. STP is around 2 to 3. STP may increase this evening as the local shear strengthens. If any of these supercells can remain discrete with sufficient longevity to mature, they will pose a strong tornado threat. It's still conditional, so.
Oh my God! Just let it die. It's bleeding out. Just let it go. What the hell?
Yep. Yeah, I'll just keep monitoring in case something crazy happens.
That's fine. I mean, I don't disagree, but maybe it's not even like, maybe I need to back off of this something. Maybe it's not a skill issue. Maybe it's just they're not very good at communicating, because like, I do agree there could be a big tornado, but I just feel like we're not communicating. It's like we overdo the communication. It's like, it's almost like everything's always doomsday scenario. I don't know, but if I had to, I could go east out of Lufkin and get that at Leesville, but I don't like how clustered those look right now. That's the main reason why I didn't go for them, because they looked clustered, and I just didn't think they were going to not be clustered, so I don't know if I buy into it, but we'll see.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, but the environment's not terrible. Low lapse rates are leaving something to be desired, but yeah, I guess it's still possible, so I'll keep an eye on them. Maybe getting east isn't the worst idea, but I'm still yet to see any organization with these yet. Maybe some slight hints at a mezzo, but nothing insane.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some other like memorable storm chases. I mean, there's been plenty of them, don't get me wrong, but like really strange ones like that. But you remember days like that, because that was earlier in my career. That was basically right when I was transitioning from working a regular job to doing what I do now. So like that was a big thing to go down and do that at last minute's notice without having time off for it or whatever. I actually didn't start chasing out in the plains until 2019. That was my first year really out in the plains. Before I was chasing late 2014. This November of 2014 will be my 11th year. But you know, it was always just Dixie Alley shit, which I saw plenty of tornadoes in Dixie Alley, don't get me wrong. I actually became a pretty good skilled chaser because of it, I think. But I will tell you that when I made the call to start chasing out in the plains in 2019, my first plains chase was the McCook, Nebraska tornadoes, plural. It was May 17th, 2019. Left home, drove all the way out to Kearney, Nebraska. Got a hotel at the Western Inn. Don't go to the Western Inn. Just don't. I don't care if it's an 8.5 rating on hotels.com. Just don't go there. It's dumb. Don't go there. And the HRRR for like the entire day was painting a single supercell coming out of like Goodland, Kansas, and then moving up into like southwest Nebraska. And it's like, wow, that's reasonable. It's like, wow, that's reasonable. And so that was an obvious target, and that's exactly what happened. One supercell formed down there by Goodland, Kansas, and just tracked all the way up to I-80, right through McCook, and it dropped I think it was like 8 different tornadoes or something. And you didn't even have to be trying that day to see tornadoes. You just had to be parked on a hill and looking in any given direction, and you would have seen a tornado. And at the time, I did not give a shit about social media or streaming or anything. So I didn't have, I had my iPhone XS. That was it for photos and stuff. And I've got some really terrible photos from that day. Really terrible. But I don't care. Wow, way to run the red. And I really don't care because, if I would have known what I was doing with a camera or had a better phone or something, I mean, sure, that probably would have been, they were photogenic tornadoes, but it was good enough. I mean, that was my first visible tornado that wasn't in the forest. I mean, I've got photos and video of tornadoes going back to like very early 2015, but they're all crap. It's like, oh, you can see half of the tornado because the trees are covering up the rest, or oh, you can't see the bottom half because the trees are covering up the rest, or oh, look, wow, if you squint really tight you can see it in the rain. Like, who gives a shit, So that was a lot of fun. I did enjoy that chase. I basically just drove out there, and I remember I sat in McCook for I sat in McCook for probably, it was probably 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and everybody started going to, I sat in Kearney, and then I went to North Platte, at maybe sometime around 1 o'clock, got to North Platte. I went to the Walmart, had the owner of the ambulance company throwing a fit, as always, those two did. That was all they did, cussing me out and all this. Keep in mind, folks, that I told them I was not going to be there. I was salaried, so if I didn't show up, I didn't do this set scheduled thing. But I was like, I'm not going to be here the rest of the week, and I said that on Tuesday, and I was not there the rest of the week after that Tuesday. And of course, Vince is busy, and things are going wrong at the ambulance company, so owner's wife's got to take it out on someone, so she's going to call and try to make somebody else feel miserable, because that's kind of narcissist, whatever the hell she is. And I don't even know if that's the right word, but so that's what that turned into. And basically turned into, I'm in North Platte, Nebraska. Well, I don't even know where that is. I'm like, well, get a map. And I actually think that's what I said. I said something like, well, why don't you learn how to read a map or something? Like, I was so done with this place. But they couldn't fire me because there was nobody that was going to replace me because everybody hated this place. They had absolutely zero option. But, so there was that. And then everybody went to McCook. And I'm like, I got to go to McCook. So I went to McCook. and sat there. And I went and sat on Highway 17. It's a north-south road west of McCook. I think it's, so what is the town west of McCook? Is it Stockton? No. Farnham? It's like farmland or Farnham or something? I don't know if that's the one to the west. Whatever the town that's immediately west of McCook is, I think that's where 17 runs through. I went south there, and that's where you could. I just watched this storm roll in for like hell, an hour, and then it started developing a wall cloud or whatever. There was a couple of folks, a couple of chasers in a Discord chat with me believe it or not, at the time, and kind of people that, you know, some of us that were quitting our jobs. I think I'm the only one of that group that's still around, which really sucks. But it was a really good group of like 10 people or whatever, and we're all just like, oh yeah, and somebody's like, yeah, that storm's not even rotating on radar, and I'm like, oh, it's very much rotating in front of me. And I remember like uploading a video clip of it, and it's just like, holy shit. And then all those guys came to it, but that thing just started producing tornadoes. And there was actually a really big one. I think Farnham is north of McCook, but there was a really big one, a really big fat one up there north of McCook. But there was a really pretty like rope tornado southwest of McCook for several minutes. That was a fun chase. That was great. That was actually really nice. You know, first time finally doing anything out in the plains, and it produces with minimal effort. Culbertson. Okay, so I don't know why I was thinking. Okay, so Culbertson. That's the name of the town just west of McCook. Yeah, I went south on 17 out of Culbertson, and then I made it over to 83 and went into McCook. But that was my first interaction with Daniel, because he was on the radio telling people not to take a road for some reason. There was a road or whatever that was muddy or something, and I couldn't understand what he was saying because he was talking so fast, and, you know, Australia and stuff. And I think it might have been Greg Ansell. It might have been, I don't know if it was him or somebody else, but there was somebody that jumped in there. I'm just like, I can't understand you, man. And this guy jumped in. He's like, let me translate for you. Daniel is saying with a heavy Australian accent not to take, you know, whatever farm road it was unless you have four-wheel drive. I'm like, okay, cool, thanks. But that was a fun chase. I had a lot of fun on that. And you know what? I wish I could go back and relive that, because I talk about this a lot. And I'm not trying to sound entitled, but there's a lot of like foolishness out here anymore. And like, you got the screaming demons out here, and it's just like, it's kind of this bro attitude. Like, I'm sick of this bro attitude. Like, just stop. I hate that. But like, I miss when it was simple like that, and it was a different environment. I really wish I could go back and relive that day one more time. That was a lot of fun. But it was so easy. Like, there was no forecasting skill required. It was literally, oh look, HRRR's got a supercell all on its lonesome out there in a crazy tornado environment. And, oh wow, I wonder what could happen. And then you just show up, and it was exactly where it was supposed to be. So, I mean, zero effort, folks. I mean, my grandma could have figured that one out. That was easy. So I don't claim to have any skill in that one. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning against those Lake Charles storms. They just don't look interesting. I know they got that mesoscale discussion out saying maybe a strong tornado down there, but I don't know if I can get on board with it right now. Just don't know, guys. Just being honest with you.
Right, Sam. 1124.
So I think for right now, I wonder if we should just sit where we're at, just in case. I don't think those storms are going to go off, though. I really don't. I mean, you never know. But look at how stable it is out here ahead of this squall line that's coming from the west. So those droopy looking clouds and stuff, it's a lot of like sinking air, basically. It's stable. There's just not much surface-based instability here, so I'm not expecting any tornado risk with the squall line. I can say that with pretty much confidence. I think that northern part of the squall line that's been producing tornado warnings, maybe, but I think right here we're kind of washed out. There is that northern part of that Lake Charles cluster over by Jasper. Maybe we could, I mean, my route to get out of here is east on 103 and then north on 96. So, I mean, we are going to be heading east. If anything does happen down there, I mean, if it looks promising that something is happening, I'll go for it, but I don't know. So we're going to go east on 103. And then most likely north on 96, which will be like 20 miles later. But that gives us like 15 to 25 minutes here. Green means stop. And to kind of figure out what's going on. I think we're going to know within the next 15 to 20 minutes if those Lake Charles storms are going to do anything or not. I think the atmosphere is a little bit... I just don't think we've got enough instability. This is really not going as advertised, which is, fine. I mean, that's good for you locals because, well, I mean, you don't have tornadoes, so.
Defense. Yeah, sure wasn't sure if you heard me.
Get on the bypass up here. We're coming into Lufkin, if you guys haven't figured that out.
Yeah. I think it's an arrow.
RY 730, Monarch Nacogdoches traveling home. Just wants everybody to know northbound on Highway 59 and it's coming down in Sheets. WSBX258, thanks for the info, Mark. I got a feeling we're taking my message right now to go to work, and I'll let them know. Thank you.
go for now.
Clear, go ahead and show what we're doing.
Return to Uriel, Unit 0 out of Lufkin, eligible PO that expires in 2030, so 29, securing is active, LCD.
Not too far from our east option. Stop. This guy's got no brake lights. What a dummy. What do you... I don't know what this guy's doing. It's about to cause us all to get rear-ended is what he's about to do. This is our exit. It's for 103. All right, well, here we go. Now that stuff down to the south by Lake Charles still kind of looks like trash.
Five. I'm still going to be counting over here to get another half open, but half the lane's open right now, or half.
Okay, they warned the storms west of Lake Charles. It's 30, and it's an inch hail, so it doesn't look very impressive, but it is starting to organize slowly.
Alright, yeah, it's going to have to do something in the next 20 for me to take it, otherwise I'm going to write it off. Because otherwise I'm getting into the problem where I'll be out till midnight again. But not super impressed yet either.
Yeah, these just look so messy, so until they start looking better, I think you're making the right call. These are going to take forever to organize because of the poor normal thermos, so probably the right call here. It's still super casual.
Yeah, those ones down by Lake Charles, there is a severe thunderstorm warning on one of them. Right through the monsoon again here, apparently. Yeah, signal's not very good through here, folks. Sorry. We'll get a little bit out ahead of this one, and then we'll analyze radar some more, but still not impressed with that stuff down to the south. I don't think that's going to change. Can't stay out of the monsoon today, apparently. Almost through this, I think.
Some of these cells are attempting to develop some side runs. I wonder if I can to your southeast, up across the Buc-ee. That's starting to spin. And I'm seeing hints of other little cells south as well. Does that mean they're going to go tornadic? Not so sure, but they are tornadic, albeit slowly.
Yeah, I'm going north on 96 on Washington. What a bust. Jesus. Alright, well, we're kind of out ahead of this finally, so. We'll get to 96 and make a call, but I'm just not seeing any of these organized enough to prompt us to think anything of them, you know? Alright. As I really think that the stuff down to the south is shot. I think this whole event is shot, the more that I look at it. Yeah, I see we're back to the washing machine again here. kind of the theme out of the whole day here. Alright folks, we'll be out of this rain here again a little bit here in a second. I'll try to give you more of an update here. I just got to get to a spot where I can hear myself talk. That's not here. Alright, well maybe we're not going to get out of this rain, so... Alright, we're still in a severe thunderstorm warning here, but there's nothing about this that I'm observing that's severe. Those showers and storms down by Lake Charles are really the only interesting thing on the board right now. But even that's a stretch. Alright, so they extended the severe thunderstorm warning here farther off to the east-northeast. Once we get to 96 up here, we'll go north. I think this might have been about it. I mean, I have a hard time believing anything else is going to do anything in this environment, especially given the track record. But yeah, the forecast today just didn't pan out. Thought it would, but it didn't. That's all right. It really did look pretty impressive this morning with the HRRR resolutions and the model runs showing, you know, discrete, isolated supercells. I thought we were going to have a potential small tornado outbreak, but that did not happen. Nowhere close. Alright guys, we're probably going to start wrapping this up. I mean, I can't stretch this out any longer. I don't have any hope for anything being interesting. Everything's slop. It's just all slop. There are some severe warnings though to the west of St. Louis, Jesus Christ, to the west of Houston. Look at that radar. Look at that radar right now. Try to give you an opinion on those. Yeah, those storms west of Houston are pretty much just a wind risk. I'd have a hard time believing a tornado would come out of that. But I appreciate everybody who rode along today anyway. I don't know when the next live stream will be. It won't be too long though, a couple days. Alright everybody, if you are interested in following on social media, just go to seethestorm.net. There's links at the top of the chat. If you're new here and you haven't subscribed to the channel, you can do that on your way out. It helps us out a lot. It doesn't cost anything. But a big thank you to our PayPal tippers, channel members, super chatters. Appreciate all the help. They actually tornado warned that. Why is that tornado warned? What are you doing? Why? Hold on a minute. Just hold on.
There's a wind in the following counties in Texas: Lena, Louise, and we're tracking a strong thunderstorm. Nacogdoches. Wind gusts up to 50 miles.
Why is that tornado warned? There is a tornado warning by Newton, Texas, which is southwest of Leesville, Louisiana. The rotation is not impressive on that at all, honestly. I'm gonna probably let it go. I just don't believe in it. That updraft or that mesocyclone is so cluttered around it that I don't know how that's gonna thrive. I really don't. I'm keeping an eye on that though, just in case these other ones start going tornado warned, but I don't think they're gonna. That's just kind of a one-off. I'm gonna wait one more radar scan to give you an opinion. We just got a reflectivity scan. I'll get a velocity scan here in a second. It's loading. I just don't have a good connection. Okay, so actually that's the side of the road. The last scan's a few minutes old. I'm getting a new velocity scan right now. It says I'm loading it. It's just I don't have good signal on the iPad right now, so it might be a minute here before we see it. Yeah, I think it's polling it right now. We'll give that a minute. Still waiting. Alright, never mind. It's doing the 0.8 degree scan here, so we'll stay online here for just a minute. Let's see. Yeah, the last scan shows the circulation northwest of Maryville on the border of Texas and Louisiana there. It's not super impressive, but it is more organized than it looked previously. So there might be some legitimacy to that. But I don't really see any sort of long-term tornado threat on this right now, folks. I think I'm going to go ahead and we're going to let it go, and we're probably just going to shut everything down here. Next live stream will be, a couple days, within the next several days. I can't really pin it down any better than that. But thanks for riding along, everybody. It was fun. And I'll get out of here. If something changes, I'll fire up another live stream. But I really don't think it will. Alright, have a good night, everybody. That's it for me, and I might see you back here if something crazy happens, but otherwise, have a good rest of your Tuesday. Thanks again for being part of the stream, and see you later.